Hello! Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good time zone. Welcome in, folks. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. How are people tonight? Yes, string of birds. I am fond of saying that looking at the men in my family, right? I look at the men in my family. I look at my father and my uncles, and I think about my grandfather, and what I noticed is that we all look like Santa Claus, either on purpose or by accident. We are conscripted into looking kind of like Santa Claus. The big belly and the beards of varying sizes. That's really the question. It's like, do you accept this and grow out your beard in an acceptably Santa Claus-like fashion, or do you look like a guy who is supposed to be wearing a Santa beard but isn't for some strange reason? Do you look like a mall Santa that's on a smoke break? Those are your options. Is you just look like Santa, or you look like a mall Santa on a smoke break. So I have elected to just look like Santa. So I am just that is where I am at. Zungy Bungy, thank you for the follow. So yes. It is Monday, my dudes. My week has turned out crazy busy. I did not intend for it to be so. It's very funny that people are saying this, because it tells me that I am doing something right with my model. And you know what? Let's I thought about doing this beforehand, but because people and I decided not to, we're switching over to sweater mode. I look a little bit more Santa-like in the sweater mode. So we're on sweater mode tonight. We'll be on sweater mode tonight. I like the sweater mode a lot. The newest fan art we got is with the sweater mode, and it's fucking insane. It's incredible. But I'm double sweatering it up. Right now. I might put on a second pair of socks. It is cold in my apartment. The snow is sticking, and so it is fairly cold. It's obviously not finals week for me. I have not had to worry about finals week in a minute. I don't remember what people have heard, but just to kind of give the really brief overview of where I am at in terms of activity levels is I kind of bent my life around streaming really consistently and really hard in October. And into November, right? For the September, October into November was really hard stream time. Because of affiliate anniversary, right? I actually really like going hard, to be honest. I like doing subathons. A lot of my friends despise subathons, but I enjoy them quite a bit. I genuinely like my subathons. Sorry, I gotta freeze some things. I just realized that some of the things that are mobile in VTube, in OBS, that should not be mobile at all. I should not be able to move some of these things. And so I went pretty hard, and that was always on the expectation that I would take it easier in December and January. And December has actually gone fairly challenging, and notably, right, I have been taking commissions. I have actually gotten a couple of commissions done, and I am hoping to kind of accelerate on those. I've got one more in the queue at the moment, and commissions are open, right, for calligraphy. I am hoping to have that be more of a... Oh! Alerts? Okay, Alertbox did not cooperate with me, but no Overtime Studio. Thank you very much for the 1. Thank you very much for the 1 month. Thank you very much. As I like to say, this is a viewer-supported channel. As I was just talking about the commissions, but I do not have any sponsorships. I do not have a wealthy benefactor who is supporting me. I do not have generational wealth to keep me rolling and to keep me out of ever having to work. This channel is supported by viewers like you. I do not at the moment. I do not at the moment, and that's I will probably at some point in the future. There are questions about the execution of how I would send out physical commissions. There's some legitimate questions about how I would execute on that, and what I would mostly about how I would keep myself safe. Mostly about how I would keep my address covered. There's a non-complicated way to do that, which is to use a P.O. box. I am not going to jinx myself. There may be some complications for that in the future. But yes, what I was going to say was December has wound up actually being pretty busy, which I'm happy with, right? I am happy with because outside of VTubing, all of my friends and family have said, "Oh no, we can't do anything." No, we can't do anything. So my holidays have actually wound up really relaxed. Other than like baking cookies for people, this December is actually there's very little I actually have to do during December. What this has meant is that, I have so many plans in January. Everything that should have reasonably been happening starting like November, things that I wanted to do between like November 1st and January 1st, all of them got pushed to January. All of them. Things I'd been planning on for months, for almost a year, got pushed all to January. So between January 10th and 25th, okay? Between January 10th and 25th, I want you guys to think about that. Within those 15 days, I believe I did a quick count before stream, so I might be wrong on this number. It's just a quick count. But in those 15 days, I think I am hitting 11 states. I'm going to be so tired. I'm going to be so tired. It is entirely possible that there will be no streams for a month starting with MagFest. Like, it's... Oh my goodness. It's going to be so stressful. Let me get in hellos. Hello to me. Hello to Almantas VT. Hello to Almant OS. Hello to Seribots. Hello to Tim Shell Show. Hello to No Overtime Studio. Hello to Ring of Birds. Hello to Matthew Rice Seeker. Hello to Incantrix. Hello to Incan Dreams. Hello to Zungy Bungy. Hello to Cosmo Krill. Hello to Gringotts Underrater. Hello to Panda Hero Rue. Hello to Eclipse Bun. Hello to Floral Inari. And, of course, hello to Not a Professor. Shoutouts to Not a Professor. I want to know what Nap was up to. What was Not a Professor up to? Who the hell is String? Hello, Fedzilla. I am making a joke. Why did the shadow command not work? Okay, that's why it failed to work. I am making a joke. I have a sticky note on my desk of people who I owe birthday letters to. I owe birthday letters to Shadowroo, to Panya, Maze P Cafe, Mirabelle, Podgekin, Miss Johnken, and I actually literally cannot read my own handwriting on one of these. I don't know who this last person is. Oh, citrus sunshine. That's citrus. Okay, yes. So I have, Bodega is not her birthday, but, Shadowroot, Panya, May, Mirabelle, Podjkin, Miss Johnkin, and, hold on, I did that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 happy birthdays and 1 anniversary message. And it's entirely possible I'm missing people, right? It's entirely possible I'm missing people. Because some VTubers don't tell you when their birthday's coming up meaningfully in advance. Yeah, her new anniversary, hold on. No, it's not her 5th anniversary. I don't know what anniversary it is for her. It was Hora's 5th anniversary over the weekend, but I got his out. Hora has his, and he'll be getting a physical copy of his because I'm going to Magfest, and Magfest is Horatius's main thing for the year. That's like his like main time that he is partying for the entire year. I went to Mag last year. My Mag plans are different this year than last year. I did something very stupid at last year's MagFest. I did something very, very stupid at last year's MagFest. Which is that I drove. And the thing is that, like, I have driven to DC, like hundreds of times. I've driven to DC so many times. DC is terrible driving. I will not defend DC driving in general. DC has horrible traffic and horrible roads. It's a nightmare. But National Harbor is worse. National Harbor is even worse. And going to National Harbor and trying to navigate National Harbor, well, again, like I can Zunky Bunky, I have driven to DC so many times. I have driven to DC so many times. I can sleep. Actually, that's a problem. It is a problem how easily I can sleep on the drive to DC. I even have specific rest stops that I take that I take naps at on the road down to DC. But DC is terrible driving, and National Harbor is worse. And Magfest is, so I don't know what. Let's back up here a second. National Harbor is not a real city. Okay. National Harbor is not a real city. I think National Harbor may literally have 0 residential. There may be literally 0 residential moments on there. Like legitimately 0. National Harbor, oh, Vex, thank you for the gift sub to Zungy Bungy. Thank you for the gift up to Zungy Bungy. That's very sweet of you. As I said before, this is a viewer-supported channel. These gifts, these subs, gift or otherwise, gift prime or just for yourself, are the things that keep me, that keep my calligraphy pens stocked up and keep my whiskey glass full, and they are very necessary to my continued survival. I do not have a wealthy patron benefacting me. Let me give the shout out to Vexingcat. I am guessing by the fact that you are here and not currently live that you did you finish Jane Eyre? I think you've been enjoying the Brontes. The Brontes are strange. I find the Brontes to be strange women, but you know, the very the Lana Del Rey of literature. Is how I might say I think about them. But thank you very much, Vex. Thank you very, very much, Vex. Let me take another sip of water. And yeah, National Harbor is not a real city. I don't know if it does look like the town from the Truman Show in like physical appearance, but what National Harbor actually is it is a resort. National Harbor is a resort. It is a tourist resort. National Harbor exists so that there is an easy, straightforward place for international and major national conferences to host. It is a extremely big hotel. It is an extremely big hotel and a bunch of parking garages, and some, I would not say expensive, but definitely not cheap restaurants. And that's all that National Harbor is, right? Is some, like, restaurants where you can get a dinner for, like, $20 a meal, restaurants. So, like, not, like, truly expensive, but, like, moderately expensive. And that's it. There's nothing else there. There's nothing else there. I guess there's a little bit, yeah, there's, like, a Peep store. There's, like, it's not a real city. Being there, trying to find parking when there are already MagFest is gigantic. 25,000 people showed up to last year's Mag. That is the number of tickets they had this year. And I can assure you, hello, Beautiful Angel, welcome in. I can assure you that this year there will be more than 25,000 people in attendance at MagFest because I don't have a ticket and I'm going. And I can hear people saying, I can already hear the cries. But Almantas, if you don't have a ticket, how are you going to attend MagFest? They're going to check for tickets this year. They didn't check for tickets last year. I just con-road the entirety of last year. The answer is by not giving a shit. The answer is that I do not care about seeing the Proto-Men or seeing Power Glove's actually kind of cool. I really don't care about seeing the Proto-Men, but seeing Power Glove would be kind of cool. I do not care about going to the arcade. I actually found the arcade really annoying. I did not enjoy it at all. I don't need to go to the vendor hall. I don't need to go to any of the lectures. I am there because other VTubers are there, right? I am going there because other VTubers are there. So I am going to be con-ghosting extremely hard. And most of the other, I think I know maybe 20 people who are going to be there without tickets. Like, there are legitimately enough people who are going without tickets that this is just a meetup at, like, people's Airbnbs, and it's worth it for me. So, yeah, I don't care about the venue, Matthew. I think everybody kind of knows that about me, that I am in VTubing because I want to connect with people. I stream because I want to connect to people. I want to talk to people and understand people and have people understand me. I have there isn't nothing that I am interested in there, but it's pretty small. And so last year I spent the entire time in the board gaming sector. They had completely separated, by the way, this was very funny. They had completely separated board gaming and card gaming areas, and they were, I think they were the furthest possible two locations. Or I should say, I believe the board game section was as far away from the card game section as it could possibly be. I think the card games could have been 20 feet further away and still be in the same, while still being in the resort. Like, they were so far apart, card gaming and board gaming. I spent the entire time in the board gaming area, and I did not play a single board game the entire time I was there. I did not play a round of Mahjong. I did not play a round of Go. I did not play a round of... I would have brought Innovation if I wanted to play Innovation. I might bring Innovation this year, because Innovation's my favorite board game. I love Innovation, and that one actually packs. I could be insane and bring, like, Cuba Libre. I've got Cuba Libre as well, but, like, Cuba Libre is not convenient to move. Cuba Libre is actually like a board game, whereas Innovation is literally 2 decks of cards in terms of size. It's literally like 2 standard card decks, maybe 3 standard card decks in terms of size, but it's like, it can fit into a large man's pockets, right? Is where it's at. I could fit all of Innovation in my 2 back pockets, comfortably. So like, Innovation's easy like that. But like Cuba Libre will not fit. I didn't play any board games while I was there. And that's something I would actually care about. I really don't care about the rest of it. I really don't care about the rest of it. I regret a little bit not going to the lockpicking. Because I don't know how to lockpick and I feel like I should. And Versa knows how to lockpick, and I hung out with Verse, and he could have taught me. That would have been smart of me. But instead, I kind of just hung out with Mix and Nagi and Nyano and Colts, and Kari and Turi and blah, blah, blah. Lockpicking is cool. I have locked myself out of my apartment a couple of times. If you need a locksmith, it's really expensive, so it would be nice to have an alternative to having to pay a locksmith. That is actually really miserable, having to do that the one time. I've only had to do that once, but it sucks enormously to have to do it. It would be a nice skill to have. It would be a nice skill to have. Anyway, I'm just really not enough of a gamer, right? Like, I'm simply not enough of a gamer. I don't not play video games, but like, it's pretty obvious that on the list of like how much of a gamer a person can be, I am like pretty low tier, right? I am pretty low tier. I was trying to come up with my game of the year, and it turns out I've only played like 12 or 15 games this year, and most of them are games that I've played like a lot. Like, it's like, okay, Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, that's a game that I have not played before. I think the only truly new games I played this year were Nine Kings and Horses, and I played them both this month. I did play 1000 Exorcist, but I played that in January, and that came out last year. 1000 Exorcist is probably my game. No, it's either my game of the year or my second game of the year. I mean, honestly, Ink and Dreams, the issue is that I kinda... Whenever I go to a conference, the one conference / convention I went to this year that was like, that I went for any reason other than to hang out with people was a calligraphy one that I went to in November that was like purely professional development, right? Like I went to workshops and I took tons of notes, and that's what I did, right? But like Offkai and Magfest, I just go to hang out with people. The thing is, like, I'm just, the thing in Ink and Dreams is that I am not super enthusiastic about objects, and I am suspicious of hype. It is a terrible habit for a VTuber, right? It is a terrible habit for a VTuber that when I think about, like, things I am enthusiastic about, they're not generally things, right? They're not generally things. I am interested in ideas, right? I am interested in ideas, but... And I also just like, it's hard for me to get hype about things, and when people do a lot of hyping, and this might be kind of like my old hippiness here, right? Me being the old hippie. When people are really trying to upsell something in a commercial way, it makes me really suspicious. I get like really guarded and suspicious, which is good for me individually. That is good for me personally speaking. At a personal individual level, I benefit from being the type of person who doesn't and this is like a sign that like you shouldn't listen to me about like how things go commercially. Because like my favorite things are all deeply unpopular, and like get discontinued left and right. And I look at a lot of things and I'm just like, there's a lot of things that are very successful that I look at and I'm just like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No way. Not my thing. Why would anybody like this, right? Like gacha games. Like I look at a gacha game and I'm just like, absolutely not. No way. No way. This is repulsive to me. And specifically like the gacha mechanic, right? Is to like spend money to get a random chance of having better performance in game. And I'm like, this is repulsive to me on multiple levels. And they're incredibly popular, right? They're incredibly popular, right? Like, so like I don't know. And like I said, I mean, my thing about games, right, is that most of the time with games, I have to wait for them to get like a lot of praise from other corners, unless it's a really weird game, right? Unless it's a really weird game. So like, Nine Kings was enough to get me excited. Ink and Dreams, this is also why I've been playing Nine Kings, and Nine Kings has a free demo. Nine Kings has a free demo that has that has plenty of content, as does Dot Age. You can get pretty far in Dot Age just on the demo. And of course there is my free-to-play game of choice. My free-to-play game of choice is Warframe. Warframe is actually might be part of the reason why I find gacha games so distressing, is that like Warframe does all of the things that people say like demand a gacha game. It just doesn't have gambling mechanics. It's just like, no, like you like there's microtransactions, but there's no gambling. And honestly, I am old enough that I remember people hating even microtransactions, right? Like the expectation, the expectation that I'm used to is you pay a price one time, and then you have the game infinitely. You just have the game forever and ever. And yeah. All right. Take a stretch. But yeah, Warframe rules as free-to-play games go, and I even know people consider that kind of predatory. And Path of Exile, for that matter. You know. But this is like an old man opinion. That's an old man opinion as heck. That like a free-to-play game that has microtransactions is still bad. But yeah. So anyway, my point is, my goal is to hang out with people, cook, that's about it, right? I want to make some bread. I want to bake some bread. Like, that's it, right? I want to bake some bread. I want to make some food. I want to maybe, if I get my shit together, there will be a cheesecake. I will bake a cheesecake. That's something I said I was going to do at Off-Kai this year, and I didn't get it done. I just made onion bread. Shia, are you going to be at MAG? Shia is the type of person who should be at MAG. Also, welcome back to streaming, Shia. I know you were on break. Welcome back. Welcome back. Of course you are. Of course you are. Of course you are. We need to be, I'm going to be voting that we put you in charge of things. I'm voting to put you in charge of things, even though you're like 10 years younger than most of us, even though you're a baby. Shia was like the one person who could actually organize VTubers at MagFest. I'm still incredibly impressed. I'm incredibly impressed. Good, that just shows wisdom. That just shows wisdom. You should be in charge of things. You should be in charge of things. This is a lady who should be in charge of things. I shouldn't be in charge of things because I'm indecisive. I shouldn't be in charge of things because I am indecisive. Let me take a big ol' sip. Anyway, I should see, oh my goodness, it just hit me that one of the things I've got to do before I go to Mag is go through my existing calligraphy and grab the ones that belong to people that are aimed at people who I think are likely to be at MagFest, so I can give them to them. I might just take out all of the final drafts of everything that is addressed to another VTuber and just have them on hand, even though I don't know if a person's going to show up, because that's actually that's easier. It's easier to just carry more stuff. It's paper. It's easier to just carry more stuff than to like ask everybody and like try to figure out who's actually going to be there. I think I'll just take all the final drafts and give them out to people who are there. I might actually run an early ad break because I've had a ton of water, so I might not be able to hold on until the actual ad break. So that might be what I end up doing. But yes, today is a calligraphy day. Today is a calligraphy day. I'm also going to take a brief note here to say, like, the game I've been playing off stream is Rabbit and Steel, and me and Noir were playing Rabbit and Steel just before, and we almost cleared hard. We were so close. We were so close. I think we got the last boss down to, like, 6%. I think we got the last boss to under 10% when we died. It was devastating. We were so close. We were so friggin' close. You know, as a method of stalling on me going to the bathroom a little bit, let me I'm just gonna go over to over to here's and just have us look at the schedule very briefly. Like I said, the schedule is busy this week. Oh yeah, I should shout out the Nando VT. Okay. So this is where I'll be tomorrow. Yeah, I know, right? This is by Cosmo Krills. Who's here? I don't think streams, but I'm going to shout out as if Cosmo Krill does stream. Okay. Yeah, this art was by Cosmo Krill. It's beautiful. But tomorrow I'm going to be at Nando's. Me and Nando's going to be teaching me and Inari Reiju, who is currently in the GTA RP. We are going to be learning Go. I have a bit of a confession. About this one. I actually already know how to play Go. I haven't told Nando or Inari this, that I actually know the rules to Go. I don't know how to play Go well, but I do know the rules to Go, and I know a little bit of the theory of Go. Nando might actually know because I've been in I've hung out in his Go streams a few times. But Nando's actually like legitimately good at Go. Yes, ouch. Nando's actually like kind of legitimately good at Go. I think he's like he is good enough that he has met personally with the only white person to reach Kudan in Go. So he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's a I think his predicted elo, because Go doesn't really use elo, but his elo equivalent, his calculated elo equivalent based on his European ranking in Go is like 1700 elo. So like he's pretty good at Go. Very sweet guy. Very sweet guy. And then after that, I will be playing Nine Kings. Nine Kings rules, guys. Nine Kings rules. I love Nine Kings. I am losing my mind. Nine Kings is completely nerd sniped me. It's a real possibility of it being the third best game I played this year. Number 1 and number 2 obviously being King of Dragon Pass and 1000 X Resist. But it's Dot Age and Nine Kings are the next best ones. Nine Kings is a banger of a game. Absolute banger of a game. I am really affected by Nine Kings. We're going to do a community night on Thursday, close to midnight. I don't know what exactly we'll be doing. I think we're most likely to watch Midnight Gospel. If I can convince people to play Rabbit and Steel, we'll play Rabbit and Steel. But we'll probably be watching Midnight Gospel. And then on Friday at 9 p.m. I'll be over at John Kent's. I'll be at John Kent's. I will be at John Kent Palms. So that is the schedule for the week. We'll go over it again at the end of stream, but I am going to run an early ad break because I need to use the bathroom really, really badly. So we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, folks. Let's take a look at the camera. Camera's not positioned well. That happens. That camera's also not positioned well. We got adjusting to do, folks. We got some adjusting to do. That's an issue. So I'm glad I spent some time on the preview. Alright, that should be fine. That should be fine. Ink and Dreams, that's not true. Hold on, let me go find it. There is actually a fan art that I can share. There is a fan art of me that might help you here. Let me go over to Twitter. Oh, what the shit? There was another fan art of me made yesterday that I didn't catch. I am 2 fan arts behind now. Holy shit. And it's really good. It's really good. That's not what I was looking for here. Ink and Dreams, check that out. Check that out. I'm not saying that I'm expecting you to write fanfic of me. I am not saying that. I am just saying that I, at the very least, appreciated it very, very much. I should probably retweet it more often because it doesn't fit in the fan art gallery as a matter of format. But as a matter of appreciation, as a VTuber, I did appreciate it quite a bit. And I did... I do feel very warmly about it, and as far as fan art that I have gotten goes, this is also, I didn't say hello to Jacrispy. Hello, Jacrispy. I did not say hello to you. I'm sorry. I apologize, Jacrispy. That as far as fan art of me goes, I am more able to critically and intelligently appreciate a fan fiction than I am a drawing, right? I am more of a writer as well, right? I would not generally describe myself as a, Jesus, if Rinrin is here, thank you very much, Emolg. Thank you very, very much. I didn't see this one before, but thank you very, very, very much. This is going to be the warm-up sheet, by the way. This is going to be our warm-up sheets. Gotta take my time with this, right? See, that's what I do when that's what happens when I rush. The cost of speed is a loss of control. As they say. Hello, Ulysses. Hello, Ulysses. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm gonna take a look. The camera. What's the camera looking like? Camera's looking okay. We can do better. We can do better. It's not Christmas yet. Don't say Merry Christmas yet. I still haven't mailed out my gifts. Still haven't finished my gifts. I'm very stressed about it. I find Christmas very, very stressful. Of course you do, Shia. So one of those things I find kind of interesting about having practiced calligraphy is that I think the quality of my calligraphy from a cold start has increased pretty substantially. Even more than just, like, my actual top tier, my middle tier has risen a lot. By the way, the ad break is lying. We've got time. We've got time. We've got an hour before the next ads. I mean, Ulysses, at the start of stream, I was relaying how I handwrote my notes for what I want to do this stream, and I literally could not read everything that I wrote in my own handwriting. Here is me trying to handwrite with a brush. Right, this is my brush handwriting, and I literally could not read this. My prints, my standard print, I don't print very much. I usually write in cursive. Let me finish. I usually write in cursive. Let me see if I've got a pen that's inked up. I don't think I do have a pen that's inked up. Where is the... There it is. Faber-Castell. I think the Faber-Castell is not inked up. This is my favorite of my pens, by the way, my Faber-Castell. I'm just gonna dip it. Fuck it. We're dipping. Nope. So, my print... You're not really supposed to dip fountain pens, and this is why. Hi, Civil. Hi, Civil. So there's my print, and that's I don't normally write in print. That's my normal handwriting. You can see I even made a mistake there. There we go. How are you doing, Sybil? How are you doing, dear? Yeah. Whiteboards, yeah. Chalk is a little bit better. Doing your best. I'm all right. I am a little bit chilly here in New York. Following somebody twice causes you to unfollow them. But yeah, my ability to write well in calligraphy is very much a matter of my relationship to the tools. And it's honestly a little bit amusing to me that, like, this is actually how I think about, how I actually think about art, is about my relationship to the tools much more so than the, relationship to my own self-expression. I prefer markers. I have a lot more experience with chalkboards, and I actually kind of like the smell of chalkboards. However, I hate the sound of writing on a chalkboard. I genuinely hate the sound of writing on a chalkboard. And I am actually really bad at doing chalk talks. It's the sound, like, that sound that, like, if you're writing on a chalkboard correctly, not the screeching sound. The screeching sound doesn't get me as much. It's not the screeching sound. It's, if you've used a chalkboard, there's a rubbing sound. Like there's a very dry rubbing sound from when you're just drawing the chalk across a chalkboard, that it might be the only, that might actually be an ASMR trigger that I have. It makes my mouth instantly dry up. I hate it. Chalkboards have advantages. Chalkboards have advantages. But I will tell you that as lecturers go, let me just make sure that small Monta's triggered properly, because sometimes it's been finicky lately. Oh, it was tall Montas. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. As lecturers go, I preferred transparencies and PowerPoints. I preferred not to improvise my visuals. I want to just get it on there, right? And oh yeah. I do want to know that. I don't like the touchscreen whiteboards. I don't like those. I prefer just a regular whiteboard or overhead. I mean, the thing is, like, again, it's the improvisation I'm really bad at. And I am just in general not very good with like visual expression and explanation, and certainly not improvisationally, which is funny, right? Given that I am good at improvisation and apparently fairly good at making things look pretty, I am not good at communicating ideas outside of verbally. And so my presentations were primarily just captions. Like I basically put up on a screen the Cliff Notes version of the lecture I was already giving. And I'm going to be honest, this is something that I've really turned around on as I've gotten older. There's two philosophies about using visuals as a professor, as a teacher. And I have come down hard on one side of this. I've become a bit of I'm frankly a dick about it, because I think the other camp is so profoundly wrong. I think the other camp on this is dangerously wrong. One camp is that, my opponent's camp is that the visuals that you provide to a lecture, that the visual and the audio should not overlap. You should have a visual track and an audio track that are providing completely different sources of data that are only comprehensible with the other, right? That you should only include a graphic if there is no accompanying verbal explanation that could substitute for that graphic, right? Do you understand what I'm saying here, right? And this is the entire lecture should be a comprehensive and inseparable multimedia experience, right? This is artistically cool to do. I am in the opposing camp. The opposing camp is that each of the audio and visual components of the lecture should provide 100% of the data. A student should be able to understand the lecture if they lose the audio or if they lose the visual. I have tried to present this neutrally, and it's very hard for me to present this neutrally. It is very hard for me to make this not sound partisan. And the reason why I'm a partisan about this, I think most people should have caught on to, which is accessibility. partisan just means of a party. Partisan just means that you have a particularity, that you have a strong preference, that you're a member of a camp. Yup. I think it is just an asshole move. I am trying to swear less, but I don't have a better way to put this. I think you are just an asshole if you design your lecture explicitly so that blind students and deaf students cannot understand your lecture. If you go out of your way to make a lecture that blind students and deaf students cannot understand, you're just a dick. As one thing for the arts, right? If you are making art, right? If you are making movies, right? You know, it's totally sensible that a movie, it's totally sensible that a movie would be an audio-visual experience. You know, some movies are obviously not. There are movies that are entirely silent. There are movies that are almost entirely audio. But like, oh yes, sorry, I can help you with that. It was actually quite easy with that. Shia, DM me. Just DM me right now. I will not check it until after stream. I will not check until after stream, but please do DM me. It's actually not super hard. Vex basically helped me with this. It's actually quite easy. It's a single plugin. It's a single plugin. That's really obnoxious, Sybil. And yeah, Shia, this is actually kind of an interesting thing, right? I am a public speaker. Shia is a singer. Both me and Shia have hearing challenges, from completely different sources. We both have completely different hearing problems. Shia, did you see my results from the tone deafness test? She is partially deaf. Shia has, I don't know exactly the nature of your problem. I don't know how much you disclose about it, but yeah, Shia, yeah. I have an I have a processing issue. Mine is cognitive. There's to my knowledge no real damage to my ears, but my brain doesn't do good. Right. Yes, Ulysses. It's pretty cool. She's awesome. She rocks. Does somebody have access to the tone deafness test to send it to Colebounds? Because I'm keeping my keyboard. I keep my keyboard underneath my. It's like on the floor right now, so it's. I don't want to like pick it up every 10 seconds. Beethoven, I think? Oh, it was Bach. It was Bach. Was it Bach or Beethoven? Hello, Calzini Zucchini. Hello. But yeah, no, I think, it's just mean, right? It's just mean to design your lecture so that, like, you've got a math class, right, or a history class, and it's like, oh yeah, this history class is also a test of your vision and hearing. Like, come on. Yeah, it was Beethoven? Okay, I thought it was Beethoven. That makes more sense to me than Bach, just like thinking about their processes and like what they wrote. Oh, Rusty Robot Factory! Welcome in. Hold on. What were you up to, Rusty? Let me get I guess I have to get the shout out up anyway. What were you up to, Rusty? Where's my mouse? There it is. That's Rusty. Software and game development. What were you developing? What were you working on? What were you trying to write? By the way, sorry, this was something that somebody requested before you got here, so I'm just sending the reply. I was just looking up the quiz for it. But hello. Yes, for the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. As you can see, I mostly do calligraphy. I like to talk about history. I finally slogged my way through the Bright Ages. I am looking forward to getting to the modern Japanese history reader that I've only read like 5 pages of. But yes, that's very sweet of you, Ulysses. That's very sweet of you. But yes. What were you working on, and how, did it turn out well? Oh wait, working on VTuber streaming environment. Excellent, a good choice. I am a homebody, Ulysses. I am a homebody. I travel very little. I travel very little. I have not. I've spent almost no time in Europe. Let's... if, for the raiders, if you need to raid and run, that is extremely understandable. I, myself, tend to raid out when I am cooked, and I am a big believer that the right thing to do after stream is not anything related to streaming. But if you are going to stick around for a minute, I do make a thank you note for the people who raid on calligraphy days. I don't do this on non-calligraphy days. Usually. Unless I'm feeling very silly. So if you stick around for a minute, you will see your name on stream. I will post this on Twitter either right after stream or more likely tomorrow morning. And try to tag you in it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to be fast. I might even accelerate a little bit. That's fine. Just chatting's fine. Okay, hold on a second here. So, thank you for rating. I think this is the right line. That runs your setup. Holy crap, Rusty Robot Factory. Three, subline. There we go, yes. Yep, it's 11:20 for me. Let's see. There we go. And the R is capital. It's so cold here. Where? Oh, Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. Hey, yeah. I like Wisconsin. I like Wisconsin. I have pretty fond memories of almost everything I've ever done in Wisconsin. Rusty, do you know, Josh Sawyer? Like, not like literally, like personally, but like, do you know him by like reputation and by his posting? Hello, Encores. Medieval fairy tale. We were going for the actual the inspiration for the design was Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. Medieval fairy tale I've not gotten. Okay. I don't think I can find it quickly, but Josh Sawyer is the lead dev of notably Fallout New Vegas, but also Pentiment. And Pillars of Eternity. And he's from Wisconsin. And he has a video that he put out of pronouncing French place, pronouncing Wisconsin place names. And I like to use it as a cognito hazard for French speakers in my life. Oh, you're from Kazakhstan. Oh. I've met so few Kazakhs in my life. I've met a couple. I might be able to find it quickly, but I want to get through your name first. Oh, this is gonna be a tight squeeze here. Fortunately, Gothic looks better when you squeeze it. There we go. To look better when squeezed. Okay, there we go, Rusty. I did rush a little bit because I wanted to make you a little bit. I want to get it on there. I think I can find this actually pretty quickly because I remember a place I posted it to. Where is that server? My servers are such a mess right now. Thank you, Rusty. Where is it? There it is. Okay. There it is. Okay. There we go. There we go. That was the last thing I wanted Rusty to. I wanted Rusty to have access to. Before I let him go to bed. You're allowed to raid and run now. You're allowed to raid and run now. You are allowed to raid and run now. I will post this on Twitter afterwards. Not this link. But I will post this calligraphy on Twitter later, so you will be able to find it later. You will be able to find it later. Alright, alright. Alright, let's turn back on Lightbox Kun. Yeah, I should have done you at least the R here. You're just the best lowercase f's I've done in a while. Have a good night, Rusty. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for trusting your community with me. This is low on ink. This is two things. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty common for a lot of the post-Soviet republics, is that Russian remains on as an official language. The thing I remember a couple years ago there was a plan to change the name of Kazakhstan to Kazakh, if I recall correctly. I'm guessing it didn't happen. I think it sounds nice. I don't entirely know what the politics of that change would be, right? Because, like, the main political reason to do that is to distance Kazakhstan from the, Persian, right? The Stan thing is a Farsi ending. It doesn't work in Kazakh, the language, as I recall. This is my recollection. It is not mine. It is not mine at all. It is quite a few other people's, though. It is Podkin's birthday right now. It is Citrus's birthday in a couple of days. It was Shadowroo's birthday yesterday. It's... Who'd I got on here? Tippa? I forget when Tippa's was. I really feel bad about that one. P Cafe May is doing a subathon right now. Mira's birthday is tomorrow. Yeah. And Miss Jonk's birthday, I think, is today as well. I don't actually know. I know the Kazakhs I thought were mostly from, like, Ukraine. But I think they're kind of spread out. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I guess March is a popular month. I can tell that chat is moving quickly, but I'm not looking. Your birthday is in March too. Okay, so I mean, if your birthday is in March, that's like June, right? For your start date. No, I mean the step goes into Ukraine, Ulysses. That's where the Scythians were. Was Ukraine. The Scythians and the Sarmatians were Ukraine. The reason why we don't think of Ukraine as steppe land at this point in history is that it's been under full cultivation for so long, right? Yeah, yeah. Huh. That's scary. Well. Yeah, yeah. Kazakhstan. What do you think about this? What do I know about Kazakhstan? It's the second largest post-Soviet republic by land area. Oh, still doomed punk. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, yeah, it's the Soviet Union built a lot of infrastructure, right? In a lot of the world. It would be weird to just throw that away, right? Doing all 13 movies without stopping, good luck. This is actually a good question. I think Kazakhstan still has the Cosmodrome. Am I correct in that or not? Yeah, yep. Okay, yeah. So Kazakhstan closing its Russian borders is actually quite disruptive to space travel. Let's just redo that. Okay, there we go. Oh. Yeah, did not know that there was a South America storm. I've obviously been paying attention to the North America storm that we just had. Yeah, yurts, common Central Asian. Yeah. It's made running a little challenging. No, I mean worrying about falling on my old man ass and breaking my bones. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I mean by challenging. Don't fucking do that. Yeah. I haven't so far. I am extremely not bald. I am extremely not bald, and based on my genetic history, I am unlikely to go bald. Not guaranteed that I won't, but it's looking pretty good. Huh. I thought Hershey bars had a bad reputation. People say that. I don't. It doesn't taste like that to me. Yeah, I don't feel like that's correct. The British tend to hate Hershey's chocolate, but my experience of getting to know British people over the years is that the only thing that makes a British person happy is witnessing another British person suffering. There's simply nothing else that actually makes the British happy. So I kind of don't worry about them not liking something. That's their reputation. My own personal feeling is that I actually think it's really easy to just make chocolate bars at home. I'm just gonna try to see if I can get to the X in here. Oh, that was bad. I mean, I'm lazy blue. What I do is I just use coconut oil and powdered sugar and cocoa powder. And I usually add peanuts because I like peanuts. I like peanut chocolate. And then I just put them in a double boiler and mix them until it is a chocolate, and then I put it in. Then I spread it out on a baking sheet and put it in the freezer, and that's how I do that. IQ is extremely quantifiable, Ulysses. Whether or not you care about IQ is a different question, but it is extremely a number. IQ is extremely a number. That is extremely what it is for. You absolutely can have IQ as a number. Yeah, IQ is IQ is actually really an interesting well, and Iloretsi, that's actually what I was going to bring up, right? That's actually what I was going to bring up. IQ is a test, right? That's what the actual thing is. IQ is a test where you take this test, and in theory, 100 IQ is average, and then there is a normal distribution around the average depending on how you do on a test. Like, it's a very specific test. And the idea is that people who are more... The actual intent is not towards countries, it's towards individuals. It's the intent of the IQ test as originally conceived was that people who were more than one standard deviation below average as students, this is for children, are falling behind in their schooling and need additional educational intervention. That is the purpose of it, is to coarsely identify students with learning disabilities. We have since developed better methods for identifying students with learning disabilities as we've learned more about learning disabilities, which has called into question the utility of IQ. Now, the attempts to use IQ to measure across countries is bad, intellectually speaking. It is an intellectually bankrupt pursuit that has failed massively at establishing anything that could remotely be considered scientifically rigorous or useful. Yeah, there's other tests for ADHD. I did not take an IQ test for ADHD. I took an ADHD test, and mine did not take hours. Mine was fast. Mine was very fast. They figured me out real quick. But it was not an IQ test, right? It was you know, they tested me on like how I handled certain attention tasks, right? And it was like, oh god, this guy's got terrible ADHD. Well, and so the you referenced illiteracy. So like the bell curve is just the general concept of like that, right? You know, it's an even curve that's called the normal distribution. But there's also a book called The Bell Curve that is about differences in IQ across populations by Charles Murray. And it is like, I think one of the worst pieces of, it's like one of the most like shameful pieces of psychology. It's one of the most, Charles Murray gets to go down as famously disgraced psychologist Charles Murray. No, The Bell Jar is a different thing. The Bell Jar is a book of poetry. The Bell Jar is a book of poetry. Sylvia Plath, I've never heard anybody really hate on Sylvia Plath. Yeah. Charles Murray gets to go down as like one of the great disgraced intellectuals. The purpose of the bell curve was just, it's just racism. It's literally just racism. Charles Murray is a exceptionally racist man. He is a racist man by the standards of the 1970s. Oh yeah, bell jar gets banned all the time. Bell jar gets banned all the time. Yes. Bell jar gets banned all the time. Sylvia Plath committed suicide. It's a feminist work about depression. Yeah. Yeah, of course it gets banned. I mean, the thing is, Sybil, you're an American, right? Like, oh, there's definitely racist moments in the bell jar. Fair enough. Sybil, like, everything, you know that. You know this. Things get banned all the time, and most of the time the bans are not very effective or comprehensive, right? Like, the bans are usually stupid, right? The average book ban in the United States is just like a person masturbated, a person referenced masturbation, therefore it's not allowed to be checked out at like a library in North Carolina. It's, book bans in America are very asinine. Some are banned only in prisons. Bans tend to be very local. Okay, that's actually like the thing that like sometimes people might be missing out on, is that when people talk about book bans in the United States, they're usually extremely local. We're talking like individual towns or individual schools within a town. Like they tend to be very, very, very local. And sometimes people kind of think that there's just not, the United States just doesn't actually have any sort of like true national level censor. Like we just don't have the infrastructure to do that doesn't exist. Oh yeah, that's actually, the Ink and Dreams picks out a really good stuff. A really good thing is that a fairly large percentage of all of the book bans in the United States are driven by 10 people. There's 10 really annoying people who just keep on calling up schools and be like, oh my god, this book is like bad for children, you need to ban it. It's just like 10 racists, right? I don't actually know how racist they are. I do know that they're misogynistic. It's like 10 misogynists, right? Are just like calling up school districts all the time and getting books banned. It was 11. Yeah, it's a very small number of people. It's Like, legitimately, you could probably change the course of book bans in the United States just by, like, going to libraries and say, here is a list of phone numbers that you need to block because these are people who are doing scams. Here's 11 known scammers who are doing a weird library scam, and you should just block them because they are going to just try to wreck you. Yeah, and they're not like rich either, right? These are not like billionaires. These are people. I mean, maybe one or two of them are, but like as far as I know, they're just people who are like normal levels of retired. I mean, like I said, it is, right? It is. Like, the only way that a book ban works, Ulysses, is like a library decides not to carry a book. That's how a book ban works. It's very limited. It's very fucking obnoxious. I did see that John Cena retired. I don't actually have opinions on John Cena. I think it's great that he did a lot of work with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Otherwise, I don't really know much about the guy. Yeah, the one that I thought was the most interesting one that I saw a book ban on was a book that I read last year. I'm thinking about it because I read it at MagFest last year. Called Divided Armies. There's a book called Divided Armies that is really cool. Divided Armies is really, really cool. And it's about it's a huge, massive comparanda. This huge quantitative book on the effects of ethnic discrimination on battlefield performance. If a country has more ethnic discrimination, and they aren't talking about economically, they're talking like in terms like civic rights. It's very coarse. Have a good night, Shia. Have a good night. How does this affect battlefield performance? And the answer is that the more discrimination, the worst. The larger the percentage of people in your military who come from second class or actively repressed ethnic groups, the more that impedes your military's performance on multiple vectors. Hello, Wildfire Hydrant. 15 years ago, Iloretzi? Something like that, 15, 20 years ago. I was just taking a lot of notes. And I wanted my headers to look nicer. Oh, misspelling. Misspelling right there. Yeah, exactly, Incan Dreams. If your soldiers don't trust each other, then they are less capable of performing complicated maneuvers because they don't trust each other. And the more likely the people from the oppressed groups will either desert or defect. And then there's all sorts of knock-on effects from there. There's all sorts of more complicated knock-on effects from there. Yep, Iloretzi basically has it. And so this book is really good, and the military reviewed it, and it's a glowing review. And then in March, the review was pulled. You can still find the review because the PDFs of the issue still have it, but it was pulled from the online issue, and the book is banned from all of the military libraries. These apps look way cooler than like any other I've done. Yeah, the book telling soldiers that being racist is bad got banned. Yep. Yep. Yeah, especially because it's a really good book, and it's like it's a book that was beloved before the ban. U.S. military morale is not high. Yeah, soldiers absolutely have libraries. The U.S. military is a highly intellectual pursuit. Most successful militaries, the soldiers are, you have a highly educated officer class at the very least. And it's like inseparable, right? It's like inseparable. All right. We are about to go into ads. I'm going to take the opportunity to get a little bit of food because I'm a little bit hungry. And then we will be, not only do the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force all have their own publishing arms, to make it even further, the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force have universities that are good. Like, the Annapolis is like a good school. That's the, I don't know if it still is, but it's historically considered not like the best school in the country, but it's historically considered pretty strong. Yes, it is a moth. It's a little guy. It's my little guy. It's Inkwell. All right, folks. We're going on to the BRB screen because we're going to ads because I need to use the bathroom. We'll be back in a few minutes. And also welcome in Luna 1010101010. Oh, hold on. Wrong one. I am back. Thank you for the follow, Luna. Oh, I didn't say thank you for the follow to Uncores. Thank you, both of you, for the follows. But yes, this is such a cute one. This one's by... I forget who it's by. I need to add her... In my credits, in the about, I'm pretty sure I have Inkwell's model artist. I am pretty confident it's on my exclamation point model. But thank you. It turned out really well. The original design was by Nocturnal Ash. So it was originally a fan art. Yeah, Sybil is also a moth, speaking of moths. There we go. Oh. Hello, Sir Shabby. How you doing, Sir Shabby? How you doing? How goes Literacy Quest? Is Lyra a moth? That would be like the biggest moth VTuber I can think of. I don't really watch her, so I don't actually know much about her. I think she's a moth. Alright. Hold on a second. I may as well change my... Oh, cool, the ad manager died. Always a good sign. Okay, cool. Also, I can't change categories. Not allowed to change... I have been denied permissions to change my own category. Great sign. Sorry, being a little bit bitter when I shouldn't be. Just always go a bit cranky about that one. So let's think about this. My mom's rule is 50 pages. The thing about doing something like a chapter rule is that chapters are extremely variable in length. Like, it's pretty, like, the entirety of... I think Shattered Sword has, like, 5 chapters and is, like, 500 pages. And then meanwhile, so it's like almost 100 pages a chapter in Shattered Sword. And then in what's the name of that book? Invisible Cities. The average chapter in Invisible Cities is 1 page. So, you know. Sir Shabby was asking me for some book recommendations because he's not really been much of a book reader and he wanted to get back into it. And so I gave him some recommendations. I was asking him how it was going because he picked up some at the bookstore. Let's think about this. I gotta do some math here. I gotta do a little bit of math here. Let's do this the easy way. So, about 2 inches per letter. And it's 9 inches tall. So, half an inch in. A little bit under half an inch. Invisible Cities rules. I mean, does it not qualify as a novel? I don't know. Novels are weird. It's definitely a book. I mean, it's closer to a novel than Shattered Sword is, right? Like, Shattered Sword's just academic nonfiction. It's got letters and pages, you know, a book. By the way, anybody here who is like interested in world building as a general concept, Invisible Cities is the book to read. Hello, Cat Racing. Hello, Cat Racing. Welcome in. Welcome in. Invisible Cities is definitely the book to read. Not too bad. Not too bad. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes. Incan Dreams, please stand up, and learn how to do, I recommend, once again, deadlifts. I do sometimes use dip. I feel like I get less consistent results with them. There's advantages to using the dips, but I just kind of don't get the results I'm looking for with them. I go back and forth on them, though. Yeah, so it does depend a little bit on what you're trying to do, right? I'm using broad, so I don't really care about the flex element of it. There really aren't, it's not strictly that there are no fountain flex pens, but they're much less common and they're very expensive. Whereas if you want to use a flex nib and it's a dip, it's really cheap. Meanwhile, like, these are still cheap, right? And expenses in general, less of a factor with broads, because... So this was like $15, right? This pen? Which isn't like the cheapest pen ever, but these things last like 20, 30 years. Whereas flex pens, you break them all the time. Flex pens you break all the time. So if you're paying like $100, which is like a really nice flex fountain pen, I apologize. But the yeah, with the broad nibs, so the advantage of the dip, from my perspective, I honestly feel weird saying the dip and dips because I just think about like chewing tobacco. It depends. I mean, well, okay, actually, hold on. Let me be clear here. Okay, so these are some dip. This is my box of dip nibs. I only have a couple of pointed ones in here, right? So here is a pointed dip nib, right? You can see that it's just the nib. This nib costs like... Replacing it's probably under $2. Right? This is probably under $2 to replace this. You could probably get down to like $1 if you bought in any sort of quantity. And these things break all the time. The fountain pen nibs don't look like this. There are flex fountain pen nibs. You can replace the nibs. It's still expensive. It's still a lot more than $1. Is my point. The pen itself, the only flex pen that I know that people talk about in the fountain pen world is like over $100. And I think replacing the nib on that's probably going to run you probably close to $100. Because it's a pretty rare nib, and you might need to go to a nibmeister for it, which is a very funny title for a job to have. Stretchy. Oh, that was a nice neck crack in there. Yeah, rolling your shoulders is good for back pain. That is good for back pain. But yeah. I do have dips. I do work with them sometimes. There's one really big advantage they have, from my perspective. Well, there's two advantages they have from my perspective, and then a bunch of disadvantages. The big advantage from my perspective is that when their initial touch onto the page is less likely to produce tooth marks. That's like the biggest advantage, as far as I am concerned. That's a fairly big advantage. The other really big advantage is it's a lot easier to change my inks, like in the middle while I'm going. Changing inks in fountain pens is a pain in the neck, and generally requires an entire wash cycle. So if I'm doing a piece that includes multiple different colors, I usually have to think pretty hard, and sometimes it'll take me multiple days. Not because I have to, like, be working that entire time, but because I have to, like, wash the pen and the reservoir and re-ink it with the other color. And this is why I like having multiple sets of the same pen. Which I only have limited power over. I might buy more pens just for, like, this purpose. The major disadvantage is that I don't feel like I get consistent flow rates with them. And so I will frequently with the dip, get like pooling, and like spurting and unpredictable feathering in a way that I don't with the fountains. The fountains I find I get much more reliable, I feel like I get much more reliable, ink deposition rates, which is kind of important. I'm also going to point out something that I think is kind of fun here. So, I have two dip nebs. I have two dip holders. Okay? Here's dip holder one. Where's the other one? There it is. There's two things. There's a couple things I find kind of interesting with this. So here's I've got a Browse and a Speedball. Okay? So, I'm holding them like they're chopsticks. Sir Shabby, I have so many opinions on paper. And absolutely not. That is not even the main concern. So, here are my two nib holders, right? For dips. This Browse and this Speedball. So here's one thing that's interesting about this. The first is that I bought the Browse because I thought it would be nice to have a nice looking dip nib, whereas the Speedball is like cheap plastic. It turns out that this thing is terrible. I hate writing with this thing. It's only a little bit thicker up against my thumb pad, right? You can see the thickness up here, and it causes me to slip all the time. I can't do like any motion like this, which you might notice is a lot of the motions. Like all of the motions like this are off when I use the Browse compared to the Speedball. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. But I'm actually kind of curious if people can see one of the really interesting advantages of the dip nib particularly the speedball. It's less true of the Browse, but it's very true of the speedball. There's a very, very funny use for the very, very funny thing I can do with the speedball. Well, I need it to be thinner, Blue. I don't need it to be softer. I need it to be thinner. I need it to be thinner, or I need to hold it like all the way back here, right? But it's too thick is the issue. Adding soft stuff to it is going to make it harder. But I am curious. I feel like of all the people here, Blue might be the person who guesses what the funny use case is for this nib holder. Well, I'm holding it like a cigarette holder. No, it's for holding up my hair. Yeah, hair stick. Yeah, hair stick. Yep. Yeah. I think it's a cute trick. That's how I held up my hair at Off-Kai pretty much the entire time. I don't know. Something about that amuses me. I think it's cute. I think it's a cute trick. Such an artist thing to do. Yeah. Makes me feel like a real artist. Hold on a second. There's just something I'm looking for in my hold on a second there. There we go. Well, it would. Well, there's currently. I don't do that with a nib in it, so it wouldn't really work. All right, Ilovet. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. It was a pleasure to have you here. I wish I could see if my hair is loose enough. If my hair is loose enough for me to do the hair stick with the. It's really not necessary for me to do the hair stick thing at this point. I'm gonna try doing it with the parallel. I think the parallel's too thick. Okay, actually it works with the parallel. I can do it with the parallel. There we go. Okay. But okay, yes. Somebody asked about paper choices. The actual tearing is not a serious concern. I am not meaningfully concerned about tearing my paper. What I am concerned about is feathering. I am also concerned about bleed, but bleed is a much smaller concern than feathering. Bleed isn't nothing, but feathering is a huge consideration for me. Which is also a matter of how the ink interacts with the paper. So it's not just like some paper doesn't feather. But the paper I'm using right now, I am using very much because it feathers a lot less than its competitors did. And in fact, that's the reason why I don't use Rhodia very much anymore. Rhodia was my go-to paper for a very long time, and then they changed formulations about 5 years ago. And the last couple times I've used it, I've gotten horrible feathering. By the way, when I say teeth marks, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with teeth marks earlier. Somebody asked about like using a dip versus a fountain. That's the big disadvantage of the fountains, is that the teeth marks are often pretty obvious. Have you seen me do a lot of those edges like that, where I don't start the stroke like this, I start the stroke like this? A lot of that is to reduce the teething effect. It does... So like there we got no teeth effect, which is nice. But I do also partially do it because I kind of like the way that doing that line lead in produces these pseudo serifs. I do like these pseudo serifs. I think that they make it look harsh in a way that I find pleasing. Hello, Romar. Hello, Romar. Hello, Romar. Welcome in. I don't resent being compared to Santa. I think that's fine. Yeah. All right, have a good night, no overtime. Have a good night. Okay, I think in terms of spacing, this is pretty good. No, wait, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. I have to redo this one. That was such a quick turnaround. That was such a quick turnaround. Holy, that was a fast turnaround. Which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that, with having to redo this one. That's okay. That's okay, but this is a disaster. Gotta redo it. The problem is that this is going to be off the scanner edge when I scan it. That is a problem with this paper, is that this paper is actually bigger than my scanning plate. Lol. Alright. Alright. Easy fix, and I'm not really that bothered because I don't feel like I did very good lettering on this one. I think my letters were kind of poor on that one. Hold on, I'm just gonna do something quick here. Just gonna do a quick... So I don't accidentally think that this is the one I... Okay, hold on. We want it about here, and then... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There you go. Hi, Winday. How you doing, buddy? The bosses have told you to double your workload and do it in less time. Well, you know what they say, right? You know, you've got a couple of options here, right? Right, you can have your... If they ask you to double the amount of work done, you can have the quality of the work. That's an option, right? You can have the quality of the work. You can also double the amount of excuses, right? Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Zamiel fan. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. It is a lot of people's birthday, but it's not mine. It is... Hold on. Here's the birthday order sheet. That's Shadaru, Tapanya, Bodega Hrat, May, Podjkin, Mirabelle, Miss Jonkan, and Citra Sunshine. Dokapon Kingdom? You were playing Dokapon Kingdom without me? Betrayal. Betrayal at Dokapon Kingdom. I've been playing 9 King, so I guess I've been getting some sort of King game in. Thank you, Zamiel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. People should check out Nyanomancer. He's the cat that is also a wizard. He rocks. He's on this channel all the time. So it's I don't know. I feel insane introducing somebody who's like more famous on my own channel than I am. I mean, Ink and Dreams, Winday's Australian, so the job market is a little bit different there. And he knows his business. He knows his business. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about Winday. He's like 40, 50 years old. He knows his business. Yeah. Yep. Yep. No, Winday is already doing the important part, which is telling his bosses that ain't happening. I mean, yeah, you're in Michigan, the experimental, the laboratory of bad labor practices. Yeah, you should probably know that. Winday, the way you phrased that made me read that in my mind in the same cadence as smash that like button. Which I do not think was your intent, but is very funny. Yeah, and hit bell to graduate. Yeah, please write down your questions. Write down your question. Right. That's how you survive in this world. It's actually a bit frightening. Hell yeah, brother. Nice. Nice. Hey, you know what that means? Less college debt than you expected. And okay, there we go. That's one down. That's one down. Okay. No, All right. Great. So that's one down. And that's one down. And now they've got one down. I'm probably gonna start banging them out pretty quick. Oop. Let's... Oh, where'd I put the sheet? Okay, I know who one of these people is off the top of my head. I mean... So job security is really complicated, okay? A lot of the common sense wisdom that you hear about job security is bullshit, if I'm honest. Like, I don't know quite where some of it comes from. Some of it is just from people who literally have not looked at job data or thought about economics in like 50 to 70 years at this point. So like here's actually a really great example, right? Is humanities degrees don't make money. That's the classic one, right? Humanities degrees don't make money. This has... I am not old enough, right? I am probably the oldest person who is currently here. I don't know that for a fact, but I probably am. In my entire lifespan, it has never been the case that engineering and science degrees reliably make more than arts degrees. That just has never been true in my entire life. In order for people to produce that data, they have had to literally remove jobs from both ends, right? It requires extreme data manipulation to produce that. And, like, particularly for the last 5 years, humanities degrees have absolutely been crushing the sciences on income. And the reason for that's actually fairly straightforward, right? Which is that we've had so much propagandizing about the importance of science degrees at the expense of humanities degrees that we actually have too many people. We have a shortage of people with humanities degrees in the workforce. And again, this is because of what college actually is about. College is about acculturating you and training you to fit into professional cultures. That's the actual point. That is the actual point. So something that computer science degrees and business degrees tend to actually be quite poor at. Its computer science degrees are actually the ones that are really sucking pond water the last 5 years. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, here's the actual answer. The actual answer, Incan Dreams, is that you will do what everybody who wasn't born rich or won the lottery does. You're going to look for work. Right? Like, that's what you're going to do. It's the same shit you do if you didn't have a college degree. So that's what you do. You look for work. And, you know, be open-minded about the possibilities. Be skeptical of job listings that seem like bullshit. And that's what you do. There's more bullshit than in any previous year, and I don't really know what that's like. To deal with. For my own part, right, I currently am self-employed. Right? That's how I live. I am self-employed, and self-employment is actually extremely secure. That's one of those things that I don't know why. I can suspect why there's a mythology that, like, Amazon is going to take care of you in a way that you can't take care of yourself. But it's economically speaking, it's nonsense. From a microeconomic standpoint and from an observation standpoint, it's nonsense. Freelancing is really, really annoying to do taxes. Also, hello, Ion. But the job security is in fact strong. And the reason for this is actually pretty straightforward economics, right? Which is... Is there any single person... I want you to just do this in your heads, folks. Is there any single person that I could antagonize enough that I would lose my job as a calligrapher? And the answer to that is actually kind of. In general, this is the general freelancer thing, is that in general the answer is no. In general the answer is no. Right, but they'd have to, the ability of them to cancel me is contingent on the consent of everybody else participating in the cancellation. And the fact of the matter is that the way that cancellation works out, I'm a white guy, so I'm like, I'm pretty, cancellation doesn't tend to affect white guys. Cancellation is much harsher on black women than it is on white guys. Hello, Aziza. Hello, Aziza. Speaking of, my sister Ozzy. But yeah, so the actual thing is, like, the people who I could antagonize where I could actually run into problems, like problems, are John Twitch and Mr. PayPal and first name my bank, right? Like, those people could really shut me down really hard if I antagonize them. But that's actually also true of, like, any other employment I have, and I talk to them a lot less often than I do any normal boss. If you work as a wagey, if you are a wagey, there are single places where there are single individuals that you talk to on a daily basis who, if they get annoyed at you, they just end your career. You have a single point of failure for your entire career. There's one person's emotions about you. So, yeah, which is that's challenging to pull off, right? That's challenging to pull off. And the truth of the matter is that most institutions actually do know how to survive without you. It's actually pretty rare to actually be that important that you are impossible to get rid of. How you doing, Ozzy? Cat in the lap and waiting for your 14 patch? Harsh to have the 14 patch. We are going into ads in just a moment. So be aware of that. I'm gonna finish a couple more letters, and then I will get up and stretch because I can feel this in my back at the moment. Yeah, banks do not. Yeah. PayPal is like a real cop. As a pro tip, folks, disable memos on your PayPal. Disable memos on your PayPal. PayPal is using an automated banning system, and so if you have, like, 3 of the 4 letters for NSFW in any of your memos, they can ban you and the person who paid you. So, yeah, Wells Fargo did some nasty stuff. They did some nasty stuff. Okay, folks, I am going to run the ads. We'll be back in a few moments. I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. I mean, Ozzy, you worked at a bank, so you would know more than me about this, but my first read about PayPal becoming a bank is that then means that PayPal deposits would be FDIC insured. Which is like currently a huge problem with using PayPal as a consumer, is that PayPal will periodically just seize your money because it's not FDIC insured, so you aren't actually entitled to continuing to own your money if it's inside PayPal's system, which is horrible. I don't know, it seems odd. It seems like it would mostly put them under much greater scrutiny. Yeah, there's the monopolization thing, but it does feel like they'd be placed under much greater scrutiny. Banks are weird. Banks are very strange. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they want to be able to. I'm assuming that the thing is that they want to be able to. They want to be able to issue currency, in their own right, which, I don't think they should be allowed to be able to do based on their previous track record of behavior. Like. Like, they're a really sleazy company. I don't know what else to tell people. Like they actually just are sleazy as hell. Hold on a second, I'm not getting in the zone right now. They're probably gonna be trying to go through some sort of like payday loan crap, right? Gear short-term 25% interest PayPal. They have been trying to like push me to like take out loans through them, and it's just like, no, I don't need this. I use PayPal, like, I use PayPal so that I can move money without people seeing my bank account, right? Like, that's why I use PayPal, is so that I can move money, like, between people without them seeing my legal name. That's all I wanted to do. Like, that's all I wanted to do. Yeah. I'm honestly kind of wondering if this, like, I don't know, it's like one of the stated missions of, one of the mission statements of PayPal, originally, like way back when, was to enable tax evasion, right? That was like a stated goal. Was we want to enable tax evasion, And that's... It's weird that they've continued to operate well after they failed at that catastrophically. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the math on this. I think I'm gonna start over here. Everyone's a taxpayer until the taxman brings the hammer, yeah? I keep on screwing up on one of my goals here, and I'm just gonna have to live with it, I think. Speaking of failing at your stated goals, right? Well, the thing is, like if you screw up your taxes, like it's usually not. I'm going to be honest, it's usually not a big deal. Like there's like a meme online that like if you get your taxes wrong, the Uncle Sam just like comes in and like sends you to jail, and like having misfiled and underpaid on my taxes at least twice, they literally just sent me a bill that was equal to the amount I missed by. Yeah, you have to be like recalcitrant. You have to be really like actively you have to be like actively courting disaster to like get in trouble. I mean, I didn't even pay more. I paid the amount that I would have paid. I didn't even get billed. Yeah, they want you. They want to trick you to overpay. Yeah, they're just trying to trick you into overpaying. Honestly, what they're doing, it's job protection. It's very obnoxious government job protection for H&R Block. It's extremely obnoxious of them. It's a jobs program for H&R Block. Oh, I mean, Winday, I know countries where they just send you a bill, right? Like... Heck, I've heard that there are countries where they don't even... where it's just taken out of your wages. That's my understanding of how it works in Scandinavian countries. Yep. No, yeah, no, I I just hire a tax accountant. Like, it's actually kind of crazy to me that that's considered like a strange behavior to some people. I just hire a tax accountant. It's like $100. The amount of stress of actually filling out all of that paperwork and not understanding it is like justifies that like $100. Like. Yeah, well, yeah, Chocolade, my tax filing is crazy. My tax filing is absolutely crazy. I've got I have a lengthy spreadsheet of business expenses. I have a lengthy business expenses spreadsheet. I am making income on through like 5 sources of income, and I don't think any of them are W-2. So like, yeah, I am not doing I am doing taxes on hard mode. I'm not using a simple service. I am paying somebody else to do it. Oh yeah, no, Winday. The tax accounts are not expensive in the US. All right, Incan Dreams, good luck. Good luck. Remember to make sure that you understand when you're actually graduating, because knowing this only semester out is a little bit of a rude awakening. That's a little bit of a rude one. Hold on a second. Now where did I put, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay. Yes. So, Ruru, Johnken, okay. Hello, sweet Psyche Bee. Hello, hello, hello. We are plugging away at getting through plugging away at getting through some birthday cards that I owe. Not entirely happy with how I'm handling these capitals. Just looking around for something here. All right. Still unhappy with this. This turned out horribly. I'm restarting on this one. I have messed up that age way too badly for me to even bother. Ugh. All right. Let's try a new way of doing this. Well, I gotta wait for that to dry. That's gonna take a minute. I can see how shiny that still is. All right. Yeah, I've not been happy with this capital. I've been trying to make this so that the capitals are like off kilter, right? That's like been the goal, is that the capitals should be way too big, right? They should be massively oversized. And I've only been producing that. They shouldn't be even either. They should be unevenly over large. And I keep on landing back on making them like just slightly disproportionate. try a similar technique for this one. Working backwards, right? You're very bougie and have expensive taste. Lol. Lol. Let's put on a fourth scalp here. I'll be honest, I'm relatively happy with my pen situation. I'm really unhappy with my paper situation. That's where I, like, really am feeling like I don't have the right tools and supplies, is on paper. And honestly, cameras. Paper and cameras are where I'm feeling really lacking in tools. Cameras are probably gonna go on the camera stuff is probably gonna go on the throne sooner rather than later. This is currently Stratmore, and it's pretty good. I think it may not be a good solution long term. I am mostly... The reason why I've currently settled on it is largely because it's the best playing paper with this Sailor that I ink, but I don't want to keep using the Sailor ink. I want to get away from the Sailor ink basically as fast as possible. And I think that once I'm off of this Sailor ink, some paper that has a smoother finish might be a better choice. Because I'm probably going to move, like, over to pretty much 100% Iroshizoku for the foreseeable future. I'm just really sick of using non-Iroshizoku inks. So... Sorry, just stretching out a little bit and No, because I don't believe in wasting money. I hate throwing away things. I hate throwing away things that are still usable. I finish my leftovers. I am much more squirrely about giving away my address information than I am about using up an ink that I don't particularly love. Speaking of, there it goes. Can feel it. Oh. Merda. Lid, and I don't know. Something amuses me about trying to do ink refills on camera. There's this whole thing about like artistic motivation, that artistic motivation should reflect something like pure and deep and all this stuff. And honestly, most of my artistic motivation is I thought a new thing to do would be funny. And not even like funny haha, just like funny like, well, maybe funny haha, but like sensible chuckle levels of funny. It's like interesting and unusual is like all I really am going for. That's... Okay, that's Bell done. Mira. And let's get another one. That's 3 out of 1, 2. That's 3 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. 5 left to go. I think I'm gonna give up on what I've been trying to do here. I think it's actually not getting me. Oh no, I don't know. I might give up on trying to do this like pseudo display capital thing. I think it's not getting the results I want. Or maybe we'll give it a couple more tries. Maybe I'll just do it for the rest of the night and just see how I feel about it in the morning, right? There we go, it's a little bit better. Yeah, I try not to... I honestly do enjoy doing a lot of this pretty repetitively, but I try not to just allow it to turn into empty repetition. I need it to give me a certain amount of deeper complexity to it than that. Or else I just kind of like don't know why I'm alive, maybe? But also, there's an amount of doing, I think, any kind of art. I don't know if it's any kind of art. Maybe somebody out there has some art that doesn't involve this. But I feel like it's kind of necessary to improving yourself as an artist and as a craftsman to spend a certain amount of time just on actual repetition, right? That, like, on exercise, right, would probably be the right phrase for it. I just think that's just fully necessary as a person. And I don't know. I think that we kind of have to... I'm a very novelty-seeking creature, as humans go. Within the spectrum of humanity, I'm very novelty-seeking. So I don't want to... how do I proportion this? I fucked up. That's okay. We go. Okay, this is tip up. Oh boy, this is gonna be a tricky one. Not confident about that one. the oversized curve. Okay. Oh. Okay. And holy crap. Belle was the person I really wanted to get through. Belle was the person I really wanted to get through. As I say, as I'm writing happy birthday to a different person other than Belle. Why, I'm friends with, so I'm being very rude. Okay, so let's Tipanya. That's Tippa. Okay. Tippa done. Tippa done, and let's do Bodega. Let's do Bodega. Let's get the rats on here. Let's get the rat on the leaderboard. Let's get her up here. Let's get here up here. Okay, so let's try this technique again, because I think this is getting me better results. Is to start with the second letter. And let's let it dry a little bit. No, I'm gonna get impatient here. I'm gonna be impatient here. I need to slow down. I need to slow down. I need to slow down. Because the problem with doing it at those long distances like I've been doing is that it sacrifices the stable base. Is it sacrifices the stable base that is so critical to producing straight lines. Gotta remember this is an anniversary, not a birthday, and it is for Bodega. It's kind of like saying her name. Bodega. Exactly. Exactly. Let's see, so... This feels a little bit dull. This feels a little dull. There we go. That's better. Alright, hold on, here again. Hold on, here again. Ooh, almost spelled anniversary wrong. My S's are so much better. My A's, I feel, are kind of inconsistent, but my S's are so much better. Holy crap. Not like 100% sold on these Y's, but... that one I took a goofy flourish on, but... what's life if you don't take some goofy flourishes? Alright. And I think I can squeeze in... let's see, I think here. Okay, I think that's small enough that I can live with it. I think that's a small enough mistake I can live with it. This isn't a commission. This is just for fun. If this was a commission, I'd be starting over. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, Xanadu. How you doing? How are you doing? We were about to get hit by ads. You came in like right on... You came in with like literally 1 minute left till the ads. Hey, Onirin! Hi, Onirin. You also just came in on the ad break. Hold on. I'm gonna finish up this. I'm gonna literally finish up this word, and then I'll give you a shout out, and then I'm going to the bathroom. Literally. Onirin is a sweetheart, folks. And how long? How is this still recent on the new model? Is it new? Is it still recent on the new model? Do we still get to say that you recently became dinosaur? Do we still get to say that? I feel like it's still recent. November, that's pretty recent. That's not more than 3 months ago. That's the same quarter. That's the same quarter. Onirin is a sweetheart. Path of Titans. I do not know Path of Titans. Okay, ads are about to hit. Ads are hitting momentarily. I will be back in a few minutes. But yes, be right back. Oh, all right. So that's a rat done. We got May, we got Podgkin, and we got Citrus. We are in a bit of a home stretch here. I was planning on taking it relatively easy today, partially because my throat's hurting a little bit, but also because I've got a long day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a long one. Showed you a trading card game. You don't appreciate that. Oh crap, that's a redeem I've been meaning to make, is snitch on the ads. That's a redeem I've been meaning to make for a while, is for people to tell me what ads they're getting, because I am curious. I legitimately do want to know what's going on with the ads. What does Twitch think is worth selling to the people who watch me? Okay. Okay, so this one's May. Okay. I unfortunately, my hobbies are mostly very cheap. That's something that I appreciate. You know, I mean, this is the big one. It's calligraphy. Kalshi. What the heck is Kalshi? What the heck is Kalshi? I don't know what that is. Oh wait, no, hold on. Yeah, Kalshi is the... Kalshi... Oh yeah, Kalshi is the people who want you to gamble on CNN reports. The Gamble on Everything app. Okay. Gamble on global warming. Didn't they just have like a big thing where like everybody lost their money who bet on something because like they were like, it didn't happen at this place, it happened on this place. It was something ridiculous. They like people got hosed because that's what happens, right? It's really strange, right? Like almost everybody, I think it's like a pretty normal thing that everybody thinks that their approach to the world is going to be like the only source of knowledge you need. Like the physicist is the classic one, right? The physicist who's just like, oh, all of computer science, all of poetry, all of these are actually just simple versions of solve physics problems. You know, poetry is just a type of physics, math is just a type of physics. But like with the gambling addicts, it's really strange. Like something just feels like surreal about being like, oh yeah, like all of human knowledge is just a matter of like, where do gambling addicts put their money? Because like there is a thing to be said about the wisdom of crowds, right? There's something to be said about the wisdom of crowds often leading to better results than technocracies. And a lot of that honestly has to do with how power operates more than the actual nature of knowledge. Hello, Michan. Good morning, Michan. That's such a cute wave. Not sure about this one, buddy. Not sure about this one. Not talking about your emotes, I'm talking about this H. I think this H isn't very legible. I think I got too cute with it. Oh, I may as well put in a shout. I should be shouting out these folks. I should be shouting out these folks. But this one, Blue, are you still here? Yeah, so May is actually way more of a pen pervert than I am. May is like, May is more of like a fountain pens and drawing person than I am. I am a calligrapher, and fountain pens happen to be more pleasant for me to use than dips. But May is, yeah, a pen pervert. I always love that. I love that construction. I love that construction. The you know, the wine pervert, the camera pervert, right? Like I actually really like that construction. But she likes her expensive writing supplies. She likes her expensive writing supplies. So. Hello, Tiger Faye. Good timing, Tiger Faye. Good to see you here. Thank you. I'm not sure about these P's. I'm not sure about them. But not on purpose. Yeah, I am by contrast a horrifying cheapskate. I am by contrast a horrifying cheapskate. I actually had a friend recently say that he would describe me as the most opposed to spending money person he can name. Which is a little bit funny, because there are places where I feel very comfortable spending money. Most notably, music. I think that in terms of people spending money on music, I'm like a top 5%. Yeah, probably. Probably, because if I like a band, I will buy their entire discography on Bandcamp. So like my Bandcamp has like 500 entries. Which, like, I'm sure that there are many people who have like many thousands of owned albums on Bandcamp, but I think just even bothering to buy anything on Bandcamp puts you in the top like 10% just by even doing like a single one. Does anybody remember the ratio for like how like spending on Bandcamp to listening on Spotify for supporting an artist? It was like, I want to say like $10 of spending on Bandcamp is equivalent to 20,000 hours of listening or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, no, Bandcamp is just a ripoff for the artist. Bandcamp is extremely hostile to artists. Like, I don't blame artists who pull off of Bandcamp, who pull their stuff from Bandcamp at all. From a giving the artist money standpoint, it's functionally piracy. This is okay. I'm starting over. The H was terrible, and now the B is terrible. I can't. I'm not keeping this one up. There we go. Well, let's fill this one a little bit more. Let's... Alright. Alright. Let's get in there. Alright. Yeah, I was experimenting with some new letter forms for for Gothic capitals. I don't know. I'm gonna stick with them for the rest of the night, but it's... I think I'll abandon this approach in the future. I think they're looking weird and skinny, rather than nice and thick. Oh, okay. Let's... Trying to figure out where I want this. Really unconvinced by this bee. Hold on a second, hold on a second. Sorry, I had to almost sneeze there. I'm very annoyed that I didn't. Thank you, Blue. Okay. Whoa. When I say loss of stability, that's what I'm talking about right there. Hi, Flamebird Phoenix. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we got 2 more left. We got 2 more left. I want to see if I can get them done this hour. Signs point to no at the rate that I'm currently going. Oh. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'm still recording, and it's possible that the stream will in some way catch up. I am getting some things are telling me I'm online, but overall, OBS says that I am at 0% connection, and Chatterino has me connected to some people's chats, but not my own. Firefox says I'm disconnected, so it is likely that I am, in fact, actually disconnected. That is the most likely answer. I'm going to hold on for a few minutes, because the computer hasn't crashed, I'm just going to kind of keep on yapping while we're here, because this will go into the VOD, if nothing else, right? This will go into the VOD, but, yeah, yes. 2 people left. Podkin, and Citrus Sunshine. Citrus is going to stress me out. Citrus is going to stress me out. I just want to take a quick look and... Oh, I can't check. I can't check. I was going to check Podkin's, how she does her capitalization. I'm going to just go with capital P and nothing else capitalized for Podkin. That's what I'm going to go with. That's what I'm going to go with. Okay. Okay. And so... Oh, okay. I got one connection alert, but not the others. Let's see if the other ones catch up. Let's see if the other ones catch up. OBS is connected back. It looks like I'm back. Thank you, Michan. Thank you, Michan. Yep. Don't have any explanation. Just totally arbitrary internet hiccup. Totally arbitrary internet hiccup. Hello, Incantrix. Hello, hello. Also, hello, Seribot. Also, ads are starting in a moment. It's funny, I think I jinxed myself by saying that I wanted to get this one done, everything done before the next ad break, and it's clearly not going to happen. Right, it's clearly not going to happen. Clearly not going to happen. There we go. Wow, that's a better beat than the previous couple. Oh, ads are upon ye. I'm going to take the moment to stretch. I'm going to take the moment to stretch a little bit, and put it on the BRB screen. I am back. I am back. I'm back. Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. Just, Ah. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you finished up some music. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's good to make some, good to make some artistic progress, right? It's good to complete projects, right? You know, this is something I keep on telling people about writing, is like, it's one completed short story is more progress on your novel than half of a completed novel. Archibald, Archibald, I am very behind on writing birthday letters to people. So far, we have done Shadaru, Tepanya, Bodega Rat, technically an anniversary, Maze P Cafe, Miss John Ken, literally forgot who this was on here, and we're about to do Podge, and then last one will be Citrus Sunshine. So it's just, it's a lot of people, is what the answer is. It's a lot of people. Thank you for understanding, Archibald, that I was using string as a placeholder. Several people thought it was my birthday, which it is extremely not. Well, I mean, I guess people don't recognize the convention, right? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gotta keep it going down a little bit more. I have never said when it is. I do not officially have a birthday. Two ends. Two ends. Yeah, I was just kind of there. I was just kind of there, already old. Right. Just kind of always there. Old. Like a really, really boring SCP. Just the least menacing SCP of them all. Alright. Yeah, I don't make too big of a fuss about it, but it is, one of the... that's like the big VTuber thing that I, like, really don't participate in very much. Not, like, out of any particular hostility, I just, like... I don't know, I just don't. The whole, like, lore thing. I don't know. I have a vibe, not a character. These H's are kind of getting there, but I'm still pretty unsold on them. Then we are... Hello, Asus. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I will freely admit that I'm a little... I'm taking a swing at the fences tonight. And I am not totally pleased with my results. I will not be incorporating some of these techniques into future calligraphy. Or if I do, I'll do them in a very different way. Oh, second here. Hello, Artbarian. Hello, Artbarian. It is going okay. It is going okay. I have been going through a ton of happy birthday letters because it turns out that December appears to be a popular time to be born. Who would have thought? It's almost like there was a religion built around it. So I am catching up on some birthday messages because I missed some. I missed Shadowroo. I technically missed Podjkin now as of 2 hours ago, but that's kind of expected. But Miss Johnken and Mirabelle are still upcoming, so I'm grateful that I'll be able to get those out. Big curve. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. I'm locking in here for a second. Almantas. I'm unhappy with a lot of what I've been doing tonight, but these S's have been good. Yeah. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Akshi. Welcome in. Interesting, Michan. It's possible, I mean, these are VTuber birthdays, so it's possible people are making them up, right? It's possible that people are making them up. I mean, so like the evil math, right? Does everybody know the evil mathematical trick? It's the most evil form of math. The most evil form of math is Knowing how to subtract 9 months from a date. That's the most evil form of math. Yep. Yep, Art Varian. Yup. No, 9 months before. 9 months before. So why would so August, right, is 8 months into the year, so that means 8 minus 9 on a 12-month cycle. December. So December, you know, if you're born in August, that means that it was the holidays, right? It was the holidays that encouraged your parents. And so on. So December would be 12 minus 9 is 3 is March. Which makes sense, right? Springtime. Plant in the spring and harvested by Christmas. Yeah. So March, April, and August is interesting. March, April, and August. March and April would be summer, right? That'd be summer. That'd be, you know, July and August. That'd be July and August. Yeah. Well, and it's you know, maybe some people react with higher activity to stressful situations. Some people do not. You know, some people get stressed out and they shut down, but some people get stressed out and they get more active. So, you know, yeah, gotta keep warm somehow. But it is possible, obviously, with VTuber birthdays that people are setting, you know, because people kind of can choose, that people are setting them to December because of, you know, Spicy Christmas really does fit. Yeah. Oh, holy crap. So, that's enough being evil. That's enough giving you people evil mathematical knowledge. The big ol' stretch here. Doing some shoulder rolls in here. Okay. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of... This is tonight's productivity. This is like a lot. It's like a lot. I tried a new technique. I'm not sold on it. I will probably be doing different techniques in the future for trying to make big, sexy capitals. What was I going to say? Hoo boy. I am pretty beat. I don't know how long it says I have been active, but I actually started at my usual time. So the recording is 5 hours long. And when this hits YouTube eventually, it will include the 10 minutes or so that the 5-10 minutes where I was completely offline. What have I got to say for myself? Oh, yes. So, tomorrow night, I will be on Nando's. I will be at Nando's. Nando, I've collabed with several times before. He's an old friend, right? But Nando is going to be coaching me and Inari in Go. We are going to be doing Go. And then I will be back on my own stream. Hold on, let's put up the schedule. We may as well put up the schedule, right? When I finish the Go stream, I will be here. We'll be back here for Nine Kings, which rules. Nine Kings rocks. Nine Kings is super good. It is entirely possible I will play some Nine Kings after stream to wind down a little bit before I go to bed. So yeah, it's so good. It's so freaking good. It rocks. Nine Kings. I only started playing it last week. I only found out about it from NPR. When we did the horses stream last week, I looked at the list of games they had, and then I looked at Nine Kings, was like, oh, this is like made for me. And it had a demo, so I played the demo, and that's like the surefirest way. A demo that is that has like an actual full gameplay loop playable in it, that's like the most surefire way to convince me that your game is worth buying. Because that's like so confident. That's so much confidence that you have made something that's actually worthwhile, is when you have a real, serious, playable demo. That's like, I will hem and haw so much about spending money on a game, but if I can get like 2 to 3 hours into a playable demo and I still am like, oh, this rocks, that's when I get really serious. That's when I get really serious. So yeah, 10 p.m. Nine Kings on here tomorrow. Thursday, I have stuff at my usual stream slot, so I will not be streaming, I don't think, unless I change my mind really strongly. It'll be a community night on the Discord. It'll be a community night on the Discord. I haven't entirely decided what it'll be. It will either be Midnight Gospel, which I talked about doing weeks ago. It'll either be Midnight Gospel, it appears to be your choice. I don't think you can borrow a memory. Imagine getting late fees on a memory. That sucks. We're going to have, we will either watch Midnight Gospel or we'll play Rabbit and Steel. Community night of Rabbit and Steel. I like Rabbit and Steel a lot. I like it a lot, guys. It's really good. And that's actually been like my off-stream game. I've been alternating between Nine Kings and Rabbit and Steel. Honestly, I'm gonna say it. Rabbit and Steel, it's just better Final Fantasy XIV. It's got nicer graphics. It plays better. It only takes up 300 megabytes. If you like Final Fantasy XIV, you should just be playing Rabbit and Steel. That is a lie. That is a lie. You are not going to get ads. You will not get ads, And then Friday, 9 p.m., I will be doing the Old Man Yap with John Ken Poem. I'll be doing Old Man Yap with John Ken Poem. I did finish another book. I will need to add that to my Goodreads. I am optimistic that I'll finish one more book by the end of the year. Probably not 2, but maybe 2. Depends on if I decide to pick up an easy piece of light fiction between now and the end of the year. Because sometimes I can blast those out in like one day. Twitter is where I'm the most active. The YouTube is uploading new videos pretty much every day. I should check how much of a backlog I currently have. I think I've got through the 17th. I think by the 17th I need to upload more videos. I'll worry about it later. Actually, hold on, I can check it right now. I will run out of new videos to upload on a daily basis in like a while, right? In like a while. Okay, I need to get it out like yeah, I need to do tomorrow. I need to tomorrow. Okay. Let's go raid out. We're going to raid Inari Reiju. Inari Reiju. Inari is a dear friend. Do not embarrass me in front of her. We will be seeing more of her tomorrow. Everyone have a lovely, lovely night. I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow.